everyone to the October 11th, 2022 Winchester Planning Board meeting. We are being recorded both by WinCam and via Zoom. And there is Kurt. Yay. So if you do not wish to appear on the recording, please make sure that your video and your audio are both turned off. We have a full board here tonight, so I'm going to do a roll call vote. So we take attendance. Sally Dale.
Here.
Nick Rosettos.
Here.
Kurt Spring.
Here.
Yi Ching.
Here.
And I, Diab Jarius, am here as well. So welcome everyone. We also have with us our town planner, Brian Zakelli, and a number of guests who are here for the hearing and for later discussion. So our agenda tonight is pretty straightforward. We're going to have a hearing about an ADU bylaw warrant article that's going to come up before this fall's town meeting. Then we will be doing some housekeeping. We're going to approve some minutes. We're going to have a presentation on the Community Preservation Act by Richard Rohan. We're going to be having a discussion with our consultants for our reimagining of North Main Street, Foreman Place. And although we do have on the agenda discussion of special permits versus variance, I think we're going to be using all of that time for the Foreman Place discussion. There's just a lot to talk about.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah. So first thing I want to do is I want to open up our hearing, our public hearing. And in this public hearing, the board is essentially in a listening capacity. And if there's any clarification required by any of our audience, those questions would go through Brian Zakelli, who I believe is going to be presenting. So Brian, if you want to, oh, we actually do have, I think I followed all the rules. What are our rules and procedures? Let's make sure I do it right. Oh yeah, so if you, when you speak, please state your name and your address and whether you represent a company or whether you are, whether you are a resident of Winchester. I think I said all of that. And so why don't we start with the presentation, Ryan? Then we'll go on to if we have any input via letters, and then we'll go to people who are in personal attendance.
All right, I'll get that up in just a second. So can everyone see my screen? Where it says accessory dwelling unit bylaw. Okay. So some of you have seen this before, but I'm going to be outlining kind of the major points of the accessory dwelling unit bylaw. And then what's different through this hearing rather than previously is that I'm going to have the bylaw up if there are any questions, and we can have any list of questions from the public or otherwise about the bylaw. But as the chair said, not generally for the board to be commenting. It's really unless there really are no comments, I'm guessing from the public. So I'm just going to move forward, and I ask that any questions just be held till the end. This is not a very long, this is not a lot of slides here, but I am going to be going over a decent amount of information. Okay. What is an ADU in terms of what are we really talking about? And if you can just focus your attention here on the right side, these are the kind of the three types of ADUs that we envision that generally exist here in New England and other places as well. Was that some type of an interior ADU, accessory dwelling unit, where it's, you know, it's already part of the house. It could be a basement, could be it could be a cellar, it could be an attic. But they would have to make it actually living space. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what's necessary for building codes and that forth, and and like that. So we have an interior, another is an attached, like you put an addition onto the house, where you would be able to have an accessory dwelling unit that is still part of your house, but it's just added on. And then you could have a detached ADU, this could be existing or new, but it's actually a structure that is what's known as an outbuilding. It is outside of, it is not attached. So those are the three types here. They're known by several different names: a granny flat, an in-law suite. But really, this is how we're defining it in these three types here. What makes this really different than what exists now is that this is independent of the primary structure. There has to be a separate entrance, separate living and sleeping areas, and a separate kitchen and bath. And it's this kitchen that makes it a full unit. If there's no kitchen, it can't be considered a unit. So why do we need, a bylaw like this to allow these types of uses? There's multi-generational families in town right now that want to stay together. A very large benefit enter why many current Winchester residents, or where some Winchester residents need this, is individuals with disabilities and seniors require independent living units in order to access subsidies and support services. So these are housing vouchers. The only way they can access these types of subsidies is if it's a full unit, meaning an accessory dwelling unit would count as a living unit. So this allows residents to stay in town, age in place, near their friends, family, and familiar faces and places. So we'll take you through kind of the life cycle of an accessory dwelling unit, where you could have, so we have this color coded where blue is a potential owner, where the yellow is a potential renter. So if we have, we could have a family in here where one of these people in this house is over the age of 62. And they would be able to have an accessory dwelling unit for, let's say, a young professional, students, newlyweds, anyone. But one of the units in either of these, in this particular case, it has to be this unit has to be either a senior or someone with disabilities. So here the renter is someone who's older or is or has a disability, same situation, young family, but maybe this one's renting, and the way that they can afford it is through this situation. Another, you could have a recent grad moving back into town, and then also here this younger family with the owners living in the ADU and renting out the major unit. So this allows a lot of adaptability and flexibility within the life cycle of an accessory dwelling unit. So what does the draft bylaw actually state, the one that the Winchester is proposing? So one, like I said earlier, is that all three of those types of units the use would be by right. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't have any review whatsoever. There's obviously engineering review and building code review, but by right means that the use, you don't need special permission to have the use. You certainly need to follow every single building code and all other zoning setbacks, for example. All of those are still in place, and there's still all the normal types of review for any type of construction that requires a building permit. We're just talking about the use. This type of use is allowed by right. So only one ADU would be allowed per lot, and it's either a single family lot or a duplex lot. The owner of a trust, the owner or the trust beneficiary, so this is like a special needs trust or some other type of trust where the beneficiary of the property must reside in either unit, so that the person who actually needs this subsidy can actually get that subsidy. We want them to be able to live in this unit and get that voucher. So at least one occupant, like I said earlier, at least one occupant in either of the unit must be someone who is 62 years of age or a disabled person as defined by Mass General Law. And if we have questions about what that means, we can go to that section. So it's a max of 2 bedrooms, and it can be either 49.9% of the floor area of the primary dwelling, or 900 square feet, whichever is smaller. So there's a max ceiling of 900 square feet, but it can't be more than 50% of the existing dwelling. This is, I'm sorry, this is a lot of information all at once, but this is the last slide in terms of what our specific bylaw states in Winchester. So there's at least one dedicated off-street parking space is required. Exterior changes must be in the same style as the primary dwelling. A certification is required upon any change of ownership, as well as a certification that's required annually that one of the people in the unit is either 62 years of age or has a disability. The zoning enforcement officer may inspect, just like any building permit violation potentially. Now I have questions here listed, but Diab, I think I'm going to turn it back to you to run that, and I'll turn it. You are muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. So at this point, we are going to turn it over to the public. And if you would like to make a comment or ask a question about the bylaw, please let us know by raising your hand or by saying something. And Bill McPadden, if you could take yourself off mute and just let us know how you prefer to be called and where you live.
Hi, how are you? And thanks for the meeting tonight. Bill McPadden, 45 Salisbury Street here in Winchester, and a resident. Thank you for the presentation. Much appreciated. I think you answered a good amount of my questions. I was particularly interested if the primary owner had to reside in one of the units. I did get a little confused though when you were talking about and the owner has to be 62 or there has to be a disabled requirement, because I thought in one of the slides you showed like a young family with a renter. So is it in fact you need somebody age 62 and or with a disability?
Yes, that is the case. So for instance, you could have a young family which rents to someone who is age 62, or okay. I think that primarily what we're going to be seeing is that the accessory dwelling units will be created for a family member, considering the expense of creating such a unit. So we primarily will be seeing their use within a family. So you might have, for instance, the parents who decided to downside and move into the ADU and then rent out the primary unit to their children, or some other combination of that. So.
Okay, great. Oh, I think it's a very nice proposal, and it's nice to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there someone else who would like to comment or ask a question?
I'm going to scroll through my email. A lot of the times when we do have these public hearings, I get emails late even into the hearing. So I'm just going to look real quick and see if anyone wanted anything to be written into the record.
Yeah, and I apologize. That should actually have gone first, according to our hearing procedure. But whilst Brian is doing that, I'd like to welcome our Assistant Town Engineer, Brian Manter, to the gathering this evening. And usually we have a little more response, but I guess we'll take what we get.
The one thing is someone did forward me an email about they think that there's a something wrong in the bylaw about a typo that it should read not nine, if it should cease to exist within 90 days of non-compliance. And I think it's written as compliance. So
Okay.
it seems like that is, which,
So I will, for the context of.
oh,
what
no,
I'm-
it's correct. Sorry. Well,
Okay.
just to say, I can throw it up here.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Can you explain that, because that wasn't in your summary.
Nope, it just, it happened at like 5 something, it appears. I think it's because we use the words out of compliance and non-compliance, and we should be consistent.
Okay.
And I think that's, can you see my screen right now, or the?
Yes. Yes. we
Okay, so you can
that.
see here, so the use must cease within 90 days if out of compliance, the fee for inspection, certification, and non-compliance. So I think it's correct as written, but maybe we could,
Make the language
we could be
consistent.
consistent, but the meaning is correct in terms of how it's presented.
And as context for that statement, the idea is that if the building changes ownership, and the new owner does not wish to continue its use as an ADU, this provides a grace period for someone who is perhaps renting from the previous owner, so they will have the opportunity to find another place to live, so that you aren't simply left, when it closes, you aren't just, dumped out the door, or evicted, I should say. That's the proper language. So that language is to provide some protection for a person who's renting from the original owner. So not seeing any more comments or questions from the public, we could transition to any comments from the board. Typically, we don't have any, but I think at this point, it might be worthwhile just saying that moving forward, the town hall the manager's office is looking for a background and final wording by October the 20th, which is next Thursday. I think I got that right. Brian, do we have a meeting next Tuesday? I can't recall.
We do. This is October meetings are back to back.
Right.
So we have it this week and then next week, and then not till November.
So what I would suggest is that I would sit down and write a background for the board's review by next Tuesday, if that's okay with the board. I'm more than happy to have someone else write the background, but usually it falls to the chair to do so. So that the board will have a chance to vote on it, so we can submit it. And typically, if there are any concerns raised at public hearings that we can address in the language, we would also do it in this time period, but I don't think we have any. So I will, if there's anything that the board wants to say, just, yep, Brian.
I'm not part of the board, but I just wanted to talk very briefly about some of the other concerns that, not that I have, but that have been brought to me since this bylaw, just as so the board is aware and everyone else is aware of some of the concerns that I've been hearing. There's always questions about enforcement, and usually, it has to do with, one question that I've gotten is like, so if someone in the primary house is a senior citizen, or someone in the family has a disability, they're in the primary house, couldn't they just rent out the accessory dwelling unit to, a whole bunch of people? This is, a concern. And just like any unit, and what I would tell them is, just like any unit that would be allowed for living spaces, you need a certain number of square feet. It's all part of the building code. There's nothing that's different about this living space. And the other thing that I would tell people was that out of the places all around, that the comparable communities that Winchester looks at, like Concord and Lexington and Belmont, Some of these communities have had this bylaw on the books for 50 years, and there's roughly about 1 unit per year that is getting permitted in some of these communities. So I would say that even for longstanding, there's a longstanding history, and other types of bylaws that are very similar to this. Some more stringent, but it doesn't seem to be a rampant thing. So those were the concerns that people came to me with, and those were the answers that I had given them. I just wanted, and I'll be done there. And yeah, back to you. Muted again. Yeah, one more third time you're going to turn into a pumpkin. So
I don't want to be a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Not so close to Halloween. So we have another Bill McPadden, another comment from you.
Yes, I'm sorry, and it was tickled my mind as Brian was speaking. So, one of the things I've seen in some other towns, what people worry about in these situations is where these turn into short-term rentals or Airbnbs or anything like that, and they really go far away from the spirit. So is there any type of tenancy term requirement or anything that's baked into this thing? Or any type of prohibition that this isn't going to be a hoteling?
So, Brian, you can take this one if you'd like.
Sure. So there's no prohibition specifically in this bylaw, but the normal living unit definition in the Winchester zoning bylaw states that you cannot rent, that you can rent something out, right now, weekly and monthly. So you can do that now. Sorry, on a monthly basis, you can do that now. I'm sorry, monthly basis. So that is what you can do right now, and this is not doing any. This is not allowing or not allowing that. It's just part of the bylaw.
Not weekly though, right?
I'm going to make double sure because for some reason there's something that's tingling, but I'm going to say monthly for the moment, and to confirm in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So that is a concern I have heard expressed. The response would be that at least there are a number of responses. One is that we don't anticipate a large number of units. Once you've created such a unit and you've told the town that you have such a unit, you have essentially alerted the town to the possibility that something might be going on there. And I'm sure we have quite a few Airbnbs that are going on right now, and we don't really perceive this to increase that. Okay, so Brian, you want to talk to that?
So you can see my screen here. The definition of dwelling unit currently right now is that something that you can rent out on a weekly, monthly, or longer basis. So that's right now. But it's obvious. So that's just one living unit, a single family home. If it's a duplex, it's two. Like, so if you had a duplex, you could rent the other, you could live in one unit right now. This has nothing to do with the accessory dwelling unit bylaw. This just has to do with the definition of a dwelling unit. And could you Airbnb it is the question. And the answer is that if you had a duplex right now and you lived in one side, you can rent the other one out on a weekly, monthly, or longer basis. Or if you had a single family home right now, you could rent it out on a weekly, monthly, or longer basis. And the definition, so that's what it is right now. I'm now going to bring up the accessory dwelling unit bylaw, the actual definition that we're adding. So that's the current one, the current definition for a dwelling unit. But now I'm going to bring up the new definition of accessory dwelling unit, and I'm going to show you the difference. So it's here at the end. So I actually didn't, so it does not say anything about whether or not you can or cannot. It is silent. So I'm just showing you that it's silent. An accessory dwelling unit cannot be sold separately from the primary dwelling unit. So that's kind of the only kind of restriction that's put on it, and that's a standard type of restriction, is that you can't sell the ADU. So because it's silent here in the ADU definition, it reverts back to that weekly, monthly, or longer basis.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I guess as Diab had mentioned, it's probably going to be there's not going to be a lot of these, and then you start chipping away. This would probably be a very low likely would come out anyway, absent all of the Airbnbs that are out there anyway. So thank you.
Okay. We're at 7:30. So is there any comments from the board? And I see no one is jumping on this one. So I think we are.
Diab, hold on. So three people just entered the room all at the same time.
Okay.
That it's possible they were all in one meeting and now are joining, and I would open the floor to them before we.
Okay.
Right.
So welcome to the three people who just joined us. We went through presentation by the town planner on the ADU article going before town meeting, and we are still open to comments or questions from the public. So if any of you have any comments or questions, appreciate you raising them now. Just raise your hand or unmute yourself. Okay.
It's possible they're here for
A different reason?
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, I'm going to, I'm going to then say that we have received pretty much all of the public input we're going to have on this article. And, we've got from Dorothy Simboli, if you would please identify yourself and let us know where you live and whether you're a resident of town.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I just actually have one question on the square footage for the ADUs. How was that calculated? And I guess, what do you anticipate, like in terms of the structure, if it's a separate building, what that would look like? Just because, for 2 bedrooms, 900 square feet isn't really all that substantial. So I'm just wondering how you came about that square footage. And yes, I am a resident. I live in precinct 6.
Okay, thank you. So there is so one of the things that we wanted to make sure was that this was actually an accessory unit that was, I'm going to get the word wrong, but it was obviously not going to be the primary unit. There's a minimum square footage required by the state's building code in terms of how much space you need for a person. I believe it starts out at 150 square feet per person with an additional 100 square feet for each additional person. 900 square feet for 2 bedrooms is about the size of a small flat that you would see in some places. So it seemed to be an appropriate size for what the primary use of this, which is to be an accessory unit. I'm sure if one of my board members wants to say something a little more erudite than that, that would be welcome. Brian, you were going to say something.
I have a slide.
You have a slide. That's
Yeah.
wonderful, please.
Yeah. I have a slide that is not mine. So I think maybe I Ching, you want to highlight this row here of yours.
Sure. So we are not the first to enter into this ADU conversation, and we looked at some towns around us who have been in this for a while, and even throughout the nation. I think the ADU sizes of 900 to 1,000 square feet was pretty typical. One of the reasons why we were aiming for at most 2 bedrooms was that from the disability community, there was advocacy to be big enough to have 2 bedrooms in case there's somebody who needs to aid with the disability or home aid kind of a situation. But it's a typical 2-bedroom in, say, Somerville flat. But comparatively to a single family here, it's diminutive and it's workable. Because we're considering 2 bedrooms as well as a living room, kitchen, bath. So it adds up. For kind of a comparison, like a 2-car garage is about 400 square feet. So it's big, actually. It's generous.
Dorothy, does that answer your question about the size? You had a second question about what it would look like if it were a detached, I believe.
Yeah, I guess I'm just, so when I sort of was thinking through like a bedroom being 15 by 15 and then adding that up, and then I would presume 2 bathrooms, it's sort of, in my mind, it seems small. And then if you bring it to if it's a detached structure, then what does that look like on a lot? And then is the parking situation, because you need one off-street parking spot, is that, I'm assuming that's open, that's not garaged, but if there was a garage, is that included in the 900 square feet? Just a lot of open questions on that.
So you could, for instance, if you had an existent garage and you wanted to put a floor above it in order to put in the ADU, that would be something that might happen. People who might have like an old barn on their property could convert that. The parking can be anywhere on the lot. It's not included in the 900 square feet. That's just pure living area. So if you have a garage which can accommodate another car, then you could put it there. Or if you have, outdoor parking, then you could make sure there are standard sizes for standard requirements for off-street parking, which they would have to follow. 900 square feet. Again, I think it's fairly generous. I think in a sense, I envision this as really just having a single bathroom. I think that when you start looking at the costs of constructing one of these things, the more, you're already probably looking at least $400,000 to $500,000. So it's, I doubt we're going to see, well, I guess if you have the finances, you could build a really nice 900 square foot detached unit, but I imagine it would probably be a fairly modest thing. And then there's, if you have any other questions, if you could hold on to them while I go to, there is Emerson J. Klaus.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, just let us know how you'd like to call yourself, where you live, and if you're a resident.
Emerson Claus. I live in Douglas actually, but I'm hoping to do some work in Winchester. I'm a builder. I'm also the State Building Association president. So we've obviously been supporting the addition of ADUs in any town that will consider them and put, livable rules to them. I built a few of them. One of them in particular, Peter Lewandowski's on the call also. He designed it. It was for a homeowner in Newton. He's actually wheelchair bound. So we put between the house and ADU, a wheelchair accessible garage. So he could actually roll into his garage, get in his vehicle and be able to leave the house with the ADU behind it. 900 feet was way more than enough room for a 2-bedroom single bath with a little kitchenette, and it was very generous space, and it came out, I think, really well. The owner, and for their use with his 84-year-old mother-in-law who moved in, was it was amazing. And I just want to say I applaud the town for moving towards this. I think it's a definite great answer for, people with elderly parents, or quite frankly, with that kid returning from college looking to, come back to Massachusetts and start their first career before they go into their own house. So there's plenty of uses for it, and I applaud your looking at it and working towards this. Thank you.
Thank you. Maura Sullivan.
Hi, you might have already answered this. I apologize if you have. Why did you opt to go with a by right versus special permit like most of the other towns?
Well, the special permit in our town is primarily used when you're dealing with properties which are, I'm sorry, I always get this word wrong. A non-compliant, or there's something about a setback or something which is different. It doesn't really, so the question is, are you going to get a special permit for use or a special permit for the physical layout of the structure? And the special use by use is something that we felt was most appropriately dealt with elsewhere. And that would, I'm sorry, that putting it in as a by right for use is, we don't anticipate a lot of people requesting this. And we think that if it went to a special permit, then we're talking about things like you have to certify that you are of a certain age, you have to certify that you have a disability. Those are things that really are not something that we think that the special permit granting authority should deal with, because they really are primarily focused on dimensional requirements and such.
Okay, thank you.
And I seem to be off my game this evening, so if someone has a better answer than that, please. Dorothy Simboli, another question, please.
Yeah, a follow up on Maura Sullivan's last question. So how is the age limitation and or the certification of disability going to be enforced, and what's the documentation for that? And is the building department equipped to be managing that process, or is it going to be assigned to some other department?
So the certification for age is something that either the town has through its census, or certainly by bringing in a driver's license or a passport or a birth certificate. Certification as to your disability, the Winchester Housing Authority already has procedures that are well in place, and the idea was that those procedures would be adopted. This would go through the building department, in particular the zoning enforcement officer, because this is part of the zoning bylaws, and that's where enforcement is handled for all of our zoning bylaws. So what would be required is that when you came in to submit your building permit and you would submit it under this use, you would have to provide those documentation to show that that use was something you had the right to. So they're really, other than verifying that the documents you're given, that they're handed in, are correct, there's not much more for the zoning enforcement officer to do. And again, we don't anticipate that there will be a lot of these, so there's would not be an undue burden on the building department. But essentially, we would follow standard practices that have been set up, in particular by the Winchester Housing Authority, which has a lot of experience in a certification of people with disabilities.
So just as a follow-up, so would there be an ongoing, I guess, check-in or monitoring to ensure that the person living in this ADU is indeed a senior or somebody with a disability, once
So
it's constructed?
Yeah, so there will be an annual certification required. And if you do not apply for the certification, your ability to use that structure for that use goes away. The zoning enforcement would be similar to all enforcement of all other zoning bylaws, in that we don't have a large number of people to do the enforcement. Typically what happens is if there's an issue, a neighbor would call in and there would be a complaint, and the zoning enforcement officer would follow up on that. But we don't see that this really would require any substantial enforcement. We don't expect there to be that many people applying for this. And to be honest, we already have quite a few unregistered, as it were, ADUs in Winchester currently. We have anecdotally heard about many of these. And so if you take the step to actually register in order so that one of your occupants can gain access to various funding from the state or the federal government, it's highly unlikely that you would then, after telling the town that you're doing this, that you would do something after the certification has lapsed. But
Yeah, no, I appreciate all of that, and I understand where you're coming from. I just am looking forward into the future, and
there is, yeah, so I mean there's a line you have to walk
building
between.
department.
Oh, I'm sorry, you dropped out. I'm sorry, I think I cut you off.
I was just saying I would hate for the burden of the enforcement of that to fall onto the building department in the future. If there was a neighbor that was complaining about it, I mean, that department is already overloaded. So that's my own. I'm not opposed to the ADUs. I'm just concerned about the consequences moving forward if there was abuse, if it wasn't a senior or somebody with a disability living in that ADU, what would that look like, and where is that burden going to fall?
That is a great concern. Well, it is a real concern. One of the things that this bylaw allows is there will be a fee for certification, which would cover some of that, the expense, and also there would be fines for people who are found to be in violation of the bylaw. And both of, I presumably they go to the general fund, but those could be redirected to the building department to offset if this turns out to have, if it turns out that this is a real problem, then I think that those could be used to offset the expense to the building department. And okay.
I have one more question. I'm sorry. Is there
Sure.
any way to, and I haven't thought through this completely, but is there any way to put a condition on it that no one in the public school, and no student age, no school age child would be living in that ADU, so that it would obviously not add any students into our school population or
No,
have a potential for abuse that way?
no.
I think we may run afoul of the fair housing laws if we
Yeah.
do that.
That is illegal.
And so that would not be something that was possible.
It's not going to be typical.
Okay, so we're having a comment from Felicity Tuttle. Did you wanna?
Well,
Part
I
of the
just
Housing
don't think it's
Partnership
going to be
Board.
typical if you have a caretaker who's in the ADU and the people in the house, for example, are over 62. The caregiver could potentially have a child who is in the school system, but I just don't think you're going to see any more substantial impact than if the elders are in the ADU and they rent their home to a family. Moreover, what are they going to do otherwise? They're going to sell their home and go somewhere else. So it's kind of the same problem. So you just have to deal with the fact that there may be some kids one way or another, but you were going to get them one way or another, is what I think.
Okay, we have another comment from Emerson J. Klaus. Go ahead,
Thank
please.
you. So I think the opportunity to have many children in an ADU is probably slim to none. And I realize you're trying to, protect the character of the town. But I think looking at the chart that you all are the only town that is putting the 62 or over restriction. And so I guess my question is this, I think of my homeowner in Newton who spent almost $400,000, but it did do the garage with his handicap ramp and then the ADU out back. If his mother-in-law passes away, I'm guess this is a question. Are you suggesting that the ADU be torn down or not used for that use? I'm not sure what that really means to somebody. So I think, I guess my point is, I think the 62 age limit is probably a deal killer for most anybody in town going to think about this. Because as a builder, if I were to pitch to you, let me build this thing out back for your mother-in-law, when she passes, you got to tear it down. I don't know that many of us would spend $300,000 or $400,000. It's just an observation. We've discussed it at our state meetings quite a bit, and with Secretary Keneally and his office, and there's a lot of nuances, but I think that you'll find you will not have many takers, and what you will end up having is people continuing to do it illegally, which is one of the things why we are in support of the ADU, is to get it out of the shadows, get it taxable. I understand Newton had me pull 2 separate permits so they can track that building separately. And they also got a lot of state money towards infrastructure for that particular unit when it went online with final inspection. So, it was a little bit cumbersome the first time I did it with them. The second time they really had a great handle on it, and they see the benefit of it. But I think the 62-year old age limit, other than somebody having a disability, is probably something that'll throw a lot of cold water on a fire.
So let me reassure you that if the use is no longer certified, the building does not have to be torn down. It simply cannot be used as an independent living unit. So you could, for instance, if it was an attached unit, you could turn it into an office. You could make it an extension of the primary dwelling unit, but nothing in the bylaw says that you have to destroy or decommission or render anything. So I hope that assuages that concern. It's simply, you are no longer able to use it as an independent living unit. We did have, there are certainly a number of people who would like this to have a broader population to which it's aimed. And that is, there has been a lot of conversation and discussion about that within town. But that is, that's for a different time. Now is the time to listen. So if I think we are actually close to.
We're 3 minutes out here. Yep.
We have a few minutes out. If there are there any other last questions or comments? Then I will thank you all for your interest and for showing up this evening. And I think I think we can declare this public hearing closed. And I appreciate everyone stopping by. So for the board, we will have a background. There will be a background for you to peruse. Let me first ask the board if they think it's okay for me to write the background. If someone else wants to sign up to do that. Sally?
Yeah, I'm happy to work with you on it. And I was actually going to rope in Felicity if she's still here. I think we had talked about that in a working group meeting, that it didn't have to fall on the chair.
Well, we can, yeah, I just want, one of the things I want to make sure of is that we don't violate open meeting law as we work on this. So I think it's okay if Sally and I work on this together, or if I Ching, if you, as you are also a member of the ADU working group, if you want her to step in. You don't
I-
feel,
I
okay,
don't have a huge desire to, but I know Sally, you're working on the FAQs too. So maybe it's helpful for
Oh,
you to
with
do both.
Felicity, yes, right.
Yeah, I'm working on the FAQ, so I'm gonna slide out of the background.
Okay, great. So
Okay.
Deb, you and I will get busy on that right away.
okay, so if that's okay with the rest of the board, just, jump up and down for joy. And that you don't have to do that, yay. And then, okay, so we will have something for you. I really don't know if we'll be able to get it to you by this Friday, but definitely by Monday, you will have something. It's just kind of tight. So our next on our agenda.
So really quick, Dia, the next thing on
Yeah.
our agenda is the minutes. However, I kind of this would we didn't have a chance for updates, and this isn't an update, but it's the sustainability director is asking for a letter of support from the planning board, and I was wondering if we could potentially do that before the minutes, just
Why
to
don't-
get that out of the way.
Let's get that out of the way. That's time
Okay,
sensitive.
so great. I'm just gonna throw it up here. So this is for this accelerating climate resilience grant, which actually hired our first sustainability director. So it's kind of fitting that we're applying, that he's applying again. And this is for a technical assistance grant. And what this is for the creation of a sustainable landscape handbook that would be usable by a tri-community. Well, it's not the tri-community that we do for the bikeway, but it's Winchester, Arlington, and Stoneham. And we would be developing this together with the three communities. And it furthers a project that is outlined in our comprehensive master plan. So these types of projects are certainly exactly quote in our wheelhouse. They're in the master plan as well. And I hopefully you've had the opportunity to read this, and I believe I might even have a motion. It looks like that did not get in there. So I will, if anyone has any questions, now would be a good time, and I will find the potential motion language
So the context for this is that the Ken Pruitt is asking for our endorsement, which would provide extra support for the application when it gets sent up to the state. So do we want to have a discussion of whether the board wishes to endorse this?
Sorry, Ken is also available. He said if there are any questions, he can jump on in any minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
So open it up to the board.
I read it. It looks fantastic. It seems like it is definitely part of our master plan goals. And it seems like a real low-hanging fruit in terms of like doing something about some of the sustainability aspects.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it looks as a cyclist, I've used the tri-town bike path, and I think this collaboration on all the points that he brings up in this letter are positives.
Okay. Sally or Kurt?
I'm in favor of endorsing it.
Same here, no comments.
Okay, and then I love the fact that Ken wrote the letter and all our names appear and we don't have to do any work. So Brian, did you thought you had some language for us?
I thought there might have been motion language in the email, but there was not. But I would imagine
So we can
yeah, I
come
would
up with
imagine-
something.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say just, endorsing this letter of support,
Yeah,
for the
so
ACR
let's,
grant for the upcoming year.
yeah, so let us, I'm gonna pop up the actual letter here so I can say appropriate words. You've got a lot of minutes to go through. Okay, so the motion would be that move that the Winchester Planning Board support the application for a grant for the ACR Sustainable Landscape Technical Assistance by the town sustainability director. And someone.
So
can say-
moved.
Excellent. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, excellent. So let's do a roll call vote. Nick Rosettos,
Aye.
Kurt Spring,
Aye.
Peaching Scott,
Aye.
Sally Dale,
Aye.
and Diabgeria say aye as well. Thank you very much. 5-0. So let us now move on to our meeting minutes. We have quite a few of them, and let's see, our actual agenda says that we're supposed to be hearing from a resident petition from Rich Rohan right now, but let's see if we can get through a couple of these meeting minutes first. So let's look at the very first one is for Tuesday, August 9th, 2022. Are there any edits or concerns?
I have two questions.
Sure.
May I? On page 1, under 1B, the second bullet. This was back in August, and at this point in time, the select board had identified a tentative list of articles for fall town meeting, one being the ADU article. With the ADU working group, the planning board will need to determine the scheduling of this warrant. And it says Ms. Dale, who attended the last ADU working group meeting, noted that members were supportive. And I had to think about what it was that I was saying that the members were supportive of. And I don't.
I think you were saying the members of the ADU working group were supportive of the bylaw that Mr. Betancourt was bringing. Is that generally they were for it, but had to go back to their respective committees to then determine what each of those boards and committees felt.
Right, I think that I think it probably might have been that, but it might have alternatively been supportive of bringing this to fall town meeting, because if I remember at this time, the ADU working group was planning on bringing it to Springtown meeting. So maybe just take out the sentence that says Ms. Dale, since I can't remember. Can we can delete that sentence?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then the second thing I have.
Or
oh,
is
do we have to
everyone
vote?
else fine? Is everyone else fine with that? Okay, great.
And then on the second thing, it's on page 3 under topic number 4, site plan review waiver discussion. And in the discussion, the third one up from the bottom, the bullet, third one up from the bottom says, after Chair Jarius, and then there's this list of bullets, and the third one up says, no concerns with ZEO making zoning decisions. I don't think that our discussion included an expression that there was no concerns with the zoning
Yeah, but that's a good catch, Sally.
I
Yeah.
I need clarity from others who were there.
Yeah, I think there were concerns.
Yeah, I think there was a little more nuance in that statement. So at this point, I would.
Can we just strike
recommend
it?
We strike it, yeah.
Okay. So that was the only one I had, only 2 I had on those minutes.
Okay, and if you could please, is everyone okay with those? For some reason I've lost my gallery view here.
Right, so we're gonna take out one sentence on page 1 and we're gonna take out one sentence on page 3.
Yes,
Okay.
okay. So, can I get a motion to approve the minutes of August 8th, 2022 as amended?
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please. Nick Rosettos,
Aye.
Kurt Spring,
Aye.
Ching Scott,
Aye.
Sally Dale,
Aye,
and I say aye as well. Sally, would you please send those on to Nancy?
I will indeed.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next one, which is for August 16th, 2022. Are there any concerns about this one? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I have edits on one of these.
This August 16th, right. I do have one thing, on page 4. And it's under updates, letter C, Mr. Rosettos. So maybe Nick can jump in and help me here. I just put a question mark next to this phrase, the working group with the Historic Commission to develop a fact sheet to have available. Oh, no, that wasn't.
Well, with regard to that, we're still trying to get everyone to be available for a meeting with the Historical Commission. I think that we're working on that.
Oh, I see. I don't know why I put a question mark on that. My apologies. I didn't have any other edits.
Okay, so this is, I've gotten completely confused in my own desktop. So this is the 16th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so I have a correction, which is if we go down to the beginning, at the top of page 6, which is actually the last bullet from page 5. It actually says what makes a second kitchen is the inclusion of an oven. And so, Brian, if you could scroll down to that.
I'm managing a few people coming in. Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, please. Could you scroll down to the top of page 6? Okay, that last bullet there. So this is perhaps what was stated at the meeting, but this is not correct in terms of what's in the bylaw, what's in the zoning bylaws. So I think what it actually says is that it is a separate cooking facility, which has not been defined in our bylaws. So it's up to the zoning enforcement officer to interpret. So what I would like to suggest is that this statement be corrected to say that what makes us that a, how to put it correctly, is that,
Self-contained?
yeah, what makes a, so it would say is that essentially I would go back to the zoning, to the definition of dwelling unit, which states that an independent dwelling unit requires an independent cooking facility.
Okay, so what makes a second kitchen is that it is an independent.
Cooking facility, right.
Okay, I can let Nancy know about that.
Oh, well, thank you.
Dent.
So that was my only edit for that one. And it's, I think what was said at the meeting was incorrect. And I think we have to correct that.
Right.
And maybe just making a note that this is the words that were said were these, but they are incorrect, and the zoning bylaw actually says that. So apart from that, any edits on the 16th? If not, then I would welcome a motion to approve the minutes for August 16, 2022 as amended.
So moved.
And a second, please.
Second.
Roll call vote, please. Kurt Spring,
Aye.
Nick Rosettos,
Aye.
Ching Scott,
Aye.
Sally Dale,
Aye.
and Diab Jerry's I say aye as well.
May I make what was this called? A motion of, may I make what is that called? Motion of order?
Point of
Can-
order.
no,
Sure.
Can we, can we
Point of order.
move these, move these minutes to the end of this meeting? Because there are a lot of people seeming, we're behind already. And there are a
Yes.
lot of people waiting for our, to be on time for the form in place and,
Yes, I agree.
okay.
But we got 2 of them done, which is great. So if everyone's okay with that, let us move on to our next agenda item,
Thank you,
Which-
Iching.
which is, let me get at the top. The next agenda item is resident petition from Richard Rohan on the Community Preservation Act. And hi, Rich, if you would, I think
Hello, Jimmy. Yeah,
we have your presentation. If you want to introduce yourself, and then do you need to control the?
no, I can't. I'm sorry. My laptop had to go into the shop today. And so I did email the presentation to Brian earlier this evening, and hopefully he has it there ready to go. And I'll just call for
Okay,
each slide is.
thank you.
Okay. So for the record, my name is Richard Rohan. I'm longtime resident of Winchester, currently residing at 152 Swanton Street. And for the purposes of this discussion, I am the spokesperson for what's referred to as a citizen's petition, but it's a petition that was co-signed by 11 other town meeting members besides myself. And this is calling for the town meeting in the fall to consider a warrant article to bring a Community Preservation Act up for a vote before the town in the spring. So we're referring to our group as the Winchester residents for this Community Preservation Act. And I'm going to try to go through this rather quickly because I know you're a little bit behind in your schedule. But just hopefully most of the members of your board are going to be familiar with the Community Preservation Act. So what it is basically, legislation that was enacted 20 years ago in the Commonwealth that allows local communities to create a fund specifically for the purposes of creating and supporting community housing, maintenance of historic assets, improvement to outdoor recreation facilities. And actually that was a feature of the CPA that was added more recently in 2012 when legislation was updated. And also the preservation of open space. So if I have next slide, Brian. So one of the unique features of the preservation of the CPA is that it comes with some amount of state matching funds. And in the past decade, this match has been about 15 to 40%. And it's fluctuated. 189 communities in Massachusetts have adopted the CPA so far. Those communities contain about 2/3 of the residents in Massachusetts. So there are 6 communities that are going to be considering whether or not to adopt the CPA on this upcoming November ballot. So Winchester must vote to adopt the CPA. From Brian. So where do the funds come from for this community preservation fund? This local, I'm going to refer to it as the local community preservation fund. So locally, these funds will come from a surcharge, anywhere from 0.5% to 3%. This is a surcharge on real estate taxes. And as I already mentioned, there are matching funds that are available from the state. These matching funds come from a state trust fund, which is funded by filing fees at the Registry of Deeds. So when there's a real estate transaction in Winchester, or if you're filing for change of ownership, the fees that you pay, or that a Winchester resident would pay in the at the Registry of Deeds to file that information, goes into this statewide preservation trust fund, which is then each November doled out to the communities which have actually adopted the CPA. And as I said, Winchester is currently not one of those communities, so we are not receiving any of these trust fund dollars from the state. There are some exceptions to this surcharge. You'll see there on the slide. One of the exceptions is for the first $100,000 of property value. So when the surcharge is calculated by the assessor takes off first the first $100,000 of assessed value. And if you're lucky enough to have a property in Winchester that's worth less than $100,000, you would be totally exempt from this, from paying this surcharge. And then also low income households and low to moderate senior income households, low to moderate income senior households can apply for exemptions each year from total exemption from the surcharge. Next slide, Brian.
Sorry, it's stuck. I'm trying here. There we go.
So what would this look like for the average homeowner in Winchester? You know, say you're a owner of single family house. The average value of a single family house in Winchester is currently $1.264 million. And the owner of that household would be expected to have to pay about $218 in surcharge amount. And you can see at the bottom row there's the amount of surcharge for other assessed value properties in Winchester. Next slide, please.
Yeah, sorry, there's just a weird lag here.
So how much money would we expect to generate for our Winchester fund? Well, assuming a 1.5 surcharge, 1.5% surcharge, which is the percentage of the surcharge that our group is currently considering, and exemption for the exemptions for low and moderate income households, and the first $100,000 of assessed value on residential and commercial properties. And these are numbers from a state that's a community preservation coalition, by the way. Our local fund in the first year, if this is adopted in this by vote of the whole town in the spring, we should expect somewhere around $1.5 million. And if you assume that the state match is still going to be somewhere between 15 to 4%, and I've been told by people at the Community Preservation Coalition, they expect for the next few years that it will be more on the high end than it has been historically. Winchester could expect somewhere between $225,000 to $605,000 in state matching funds. And these state matching funds are given out in November, in the following, after the, based on the amount that's, by the amount that's gathered by the local community in the previous fiscal year. So this is a total of about 1.7 to 2.1 million dollars that we would expect to be going into this local preservation fund annually. Next slide. This is a slide to just demonstrate the capital needs of the town. So one of the potential uses for this fund is historic preservation. The town, is currently has a large number of historic buildings, town hall, the library, and has a lot of unfunded capital needs to maintain these historic assets, to maintain these buildings. So this is just to give you an idea of the total amount of dollars that projects that are currently in the capital plan would need going forward. And a lot of this need is currently not fundable from our capital stabilization funds. So I think there's clearly some need of having outside an additional funding source. So who decides? Yeah, go ahead, Brian. So who gets to decide how these local CPA funds are spent? Well, if the town were to adopt the CPA in the spring, this would be this warrant article is simply calling for a vote by the town at the next municipal election in the spring. Town meeting would have to create a community preservation committee. And by law, that committee has to have one member from each of the following boards. So a member from the select board, a member from the planning board, housing authority, conservation commission, and finally, the fifth member from the historical commission. And the law also allows the addition of 4 other members. So we could, for instance, decide to ask the capital planning to appoint a member to the CPC board in order to coordinate between community preservation projects and the capital planning process. A member, we could ask the FinCom to appoint a member. This would all be decided by town meeting by drafting and voting on a bylaw which would define what members. So this committee would meet each year, decide on the preservation needs of the town, hold at least one public hearing, and much like happens with our capital planning process, would go then to town meeting with their recommendations for allocation of funds from the local trust fund. Couple things that are again unique about this is town meeting cannot raise the amount of money, cannot increase the amount of money that's recommended by the committee. They can take the committee's recommendation. They can reduce the amount of funding. They cannot vote for any appropriations out of that trust fund without the recommendation of that committee. This is just quickly is left over from talking previously to the historic commission, but this is the definition of historic resources, and it's basically anything that's determined by the local historic preservation commission to be significant in the history, archaeology, architecture, or culture of the city or town. So again, I think that a number of the town-owned buildings would fall under that category. Next slide, please, Brian. So wrapping this up, adoption of the CPA is an action item that's been included in the housing production plan, which the select board and the planning board adopted about 4 years ago this week. I think it was October of 2018. CPAs also, I think, could be used to help meet some of the needs of the Winchester 2030 master plan and also the Fields master plan. And I'm going to go into I'm not going to go into detail on that tonight, but if anyone's interested in how this might apply to items that are in the Fields master plan, I'll be talking to the Fields Management Committee tomorrow night. So you're all welcome to come over to their meeting at the Mystic School. And next. And so finally, think most everyone's familiar with Safe Harbor. And I think that CPA can contribute in some small ways to helping Winchester maintain that safe harbor from adverse 40B projects. One is that CPA is an action item that's in the housing production plan. And I think that at some point, the town is going to have to take some action on approving or adopting the CPA. And it's also, the CPA could be an ongoing source of funds for the Winchester Affordable Housing Trust. So Winchester did form an affordable housing trust a few years ago. That was another action item in the housing production plan. And each year, some small amount of CPA money could be placed in that fund and in a sense banked year to year until enough funds have been accumulated to for bigger projects. So that's the end of my presentation, and open to questions at this point.
Thank you, Richard. I see. Why don't we have why don't we set aside a couple of minutes for questions? Any questions from the board?
I don't have specific questions, but I want to thank Rich for making this presentation and say that it would be, in my personal opinion, a really good idea for Winchester to adopt the Community Preservation Act for the town. We've left a lot of money lying on the table over the last 20 years, and there's been a few attempts at moving it through the two-step process of having town meeting approve putting it on a ballot and then putting it on the ballot. If we succeed in getting it on the ballot for March of this coming 2023 and it passes, then we would see funds from the CPA Trust Fund as early as November of 24. And that would be a huge help to the town as it looks towards the funding deficits and funding needs over the years ahead. The sooner the better, and the soonest that we could do it would get us into funds in October of 24. So I'm very much in favor of this. Diab, I don't know whether it is the planning board's intent to decide collectively if we support it.
I think that we probably will want to think about it. We have some time, not this evening, but we have some time coming up where we're going to be looking at warrant articles coming before town meeting, and we will decide then whether we will endorse it.
I had the opportunity to meet with Richard, not meet with, but attend the historical commission presentation, and it just struck me as it would be helpful to be able to access these funds for historical preservation purposes, among other things. The fact that it's free money. So I think this would be a good thing.
Yeah, I think that I hope we don't have time for a robust discussion of this tonight. So if you have any quick questions of Rich or if you need to sit and look at this presentation and think about it a bit more, I'm sure, Rich, we have your email address. We can ask you questions about that.
Absolutely. And I there was another one-page information sheet that I had asked Brian to circulate by email to your to all the members of your committee. So hopefully they've seen that as well, which has a little bit more background information.
I'm sorry, that did not get out today, Richard. I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's make sure that
But at some point in the future, you'll see that.
Okay.
And I'm a town meeting member, and I'm on the town meeting members list. So I would welcome contacts from anyone who has questions about this.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Diab. So I did just
Yes.
forward it to the board just this very second. And then now we have a full hour for form in place. And
Yes.
I've already made them co-hosts.
Excellent. So thanks a lot,
Okay.
Rich.
Thank
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you.
Right.
Thanks.
I'm having
And I'm going to
bandwidth
mute
issues.
myself
So,
and follow the discussion on North Main Street.
okay, thank you, Rich. So I am having bandwidth issues from where I'm at. So I've been turning my video off, and I seem to no longer be able to change my name to say I have bandwidth issues. So that's why you don't see me. But I will turn it over to, so welcome Michael Lang and John Rufo from Form in Place. I'm just gonna turn it right over to you because I've got to turn my video off. I'm on a DSL line. DSL and Zoom do not always work together. So,
Okay. Well, thanks, Diab, and good to see everyone. Again, I'm Michael Wang with Form in Place, an architecture and planning firm based in Newton. And we are excited to be back with you guys after our study this past spring, early summer. And John Rufo, my partner, is with me. We have an awful lot of content to share tonight, as I said to Brian, and so I guess we'll jump right in. I'm hearing an hour now, maybe instead of 45 minutes. So that could be helpful, but I'll just go ahead and share my screen and we can dive right in. I'm hoping that this will be kind of a high level introduction to these concepts, and that we can then schedule more time to maybe revisit after you've had a chance to look through the presentation that I can send you a copy of. Just to sort of spend and I guess I will also invite you board members to interject at times, because otherwise I'm going to be rambling on nonstop for hopefully not 45 minutes, but we'll see how it goes. So let's see, just a couple of quick slides to remind us where we were in the early summer. We had sort of met and talked about these sort of three critical components of enhancing the North Main Street corridor. There was the thoughts about the future of development parcels and how that could be shaped, how to get the appropriate character, the appropriate mix of uses. There was thoughts shared about enhancing the public realm, streetscapes, et cetera, pedestrian environments. And then also we shared some images regarding complete streets. In sort of starting the second phase of our work with you all this fall, I think we had a little strategy session and decided to really focus on the doing some feasibility studies on some critical development parcels on the sort of south end of the corridor, just thinking that would sort of help us work towards potential ideas about design guidelines and zoning amendments. So that's, and then of course the MBTA communities piece has now been overlaid on top of that. So that may shift a little bit goals about mixed use and versus multifamily. And so you'll remember this sketch from last late spring, where we were looking again at the quality of the right of way and streetscapes. I'm not going to belabor that. And then this was the component that is really where I think we're headed now, which is looking at issues related to future development. So remembering back to a couple of MAPC diagrams, just to put it into the larger context of the corridor. If you look at the bottom diagram, obviously the GBD2 in red is closest to the CBD. And in talking a number of weeks ago, we thought that we might focus on the area that's highlighted with the dashed red line towards the southern end, basically from Clark Street down to Skillings, and where there are parcels that have both near-term and long-term potential for change, perhaps more flexible, larger parcels closer to the CBD, and within that sort of half-mile radius from the MBTA station that is a component of the MBTA communities proposal. So you can see here the half-mile radius essentially gets right to the intersection of Clark Street and North Main. And you're tasked with the community is tasked with finding about 37 acres of land area to put into a zoning district that satisfies the MBTA community's guidelines, which includes a minimum of 15 acres per 15 units per acre, et cetera. And 50% of that area has to be within this half-mile radius. So that's I'm just throwing that out as another umbrella to put on top of all the other variables that are impacting the North Main corridor. So this is a diagram that we used initially to think about for feasibility studies to really test the possibilities for density, for multifamily, and for mixed-use alternatives on some of these sites. We did for parcel consolidation concept, just a strategy we created sort of 6 parcels here, a couple of which are smaller and are actually just a single parcel, and others that combine 3-4 parcels into a larger parcel. And I think I'll ask you to sort of suspend the feasibility maybe of parcel consolidation in favor of just the understanding that we did these exercises to test the sort of density and development capacity on a variety of different sites down in this area. And obviously the variable of the east side of North Main being quite wide up to parcel 4, gets as wide as 250 feet across, whereas the parcels on the on the west side tend to be about half that width, like a distance across parcel 2 is about 125 feet, just for scale comparison. So we have a number of different alternatives for each of those parcels, and I think as we worked through the various alternatives, these were some of the sort of zoning design guideline issues that came to the fore. And I think we can go back. I think ideally, once you've seen all these alternatives and understand the variables in play, thinking about how these proposed development ideas impact setbacks, what's an appropriate approach to height in this area, understanding that the north core area of the CBD, there are special permits that allow the height to get up to 66 feet. This area also happens to be an area that doesn't have residential district abutting it, except until you get right up to the Clark Street end of this lower section. So there are lots of variables that all obviously play together. We're trying to test density and to figure out, can you do 30 dwelling units per acre or 50 dwelling units per acre, even though the MBTA communities, only says that you're required to have 15 dwelling units. I think there's, opportunities to do more density in certain parts of the town, and then that will give you the flexibility to not have to do as much in others. So again, issues, a lot of assumptions were made, about what are the appropriate unit sizes, what parking ratios we're using, should we explore different height limits, et cetera. So all these things will hopefully surface as we look through each of the concepts. Again, just a quick look at height, and this is a very dense slide, and I apologize, probably there's some scale issues with the diagrams at the top, but I'm just going to summarize very quickly, and we can blow pieces of this up and look at it in greater detail next time if that's useful. But just to give you a sense of a range of 3- and 4-story mixed use and multifamily type buildings, and either with flat roofs or pitched roofs. And you can see, starting on the left, in the upper left, a 3-story mixed use building with a pitched roof. So it would have maybe a 15-foot floor to floor for the ground level retail, and then 10'6", say for example, for residential levels above. Even that is pushing the limits of the 3 stories, 45 feet that's currently allowed in the GBD2. And as you move across, you can see if you're trying to to move to 3.5 stories of mixed use, you're getting up almost up to 50 feet of height necessary. And this again is measuring to the midpoint of sloped roofs. Now, your definitions of height of buildings in your definition section of the zoning code says to the highest point, but in the CBD you have an exception that allows you to measure to the midpoint. So that's the kind of thing that might want to be taken into consideration as we look to tweak some various design parameters. Anyway, I can go into incredible detail in here, but you can see in 4-story multifamily and mixed use with a flat roof, you're not far off. And once you try to, again, introduce the pitched roof very quickly, the 45 feet height limit is very challenging. So that's just a little bit of an expansion on that. So given the time constraints, we really focused on plan studies at this first stage of the game, but John and I have recently been working with the Hull Redevelopment Authority on a master plan for a section of their town, which is an overlay district that has design guidelines already incorporated. And basically we were asked to produce a master plan for a mixed-use master plan for this district, and to develop architecturally massing and vernacular for all these buildings to test whether the design guidelines actually are producing the kinds of buildings that you would want to see from a developer. So what I'm going to, and in that process, well, I'm going to go back one slide, but in that process, we developed prototypes for multifamily buildings, for smaller 16-unit buildings, for 4-unit buildings, as well as townhouses and cottages. So there are about 5 or 6 different prototypes here. And so we've used some of those in sort of shaping the feasibility study for the North Main corridor. So we'll bring those back as a point of reference, just so you have some visualizations of how the plans would translate. Okay, so I guess we can jump into some of these studies. Again, we're looking at the section from Clark to Skillings and Lake. Here are the 6 parcels that we looked at. We looked at some in more detail. In some cases, we have 3 alternatives for some of these parcels, and others that just one was enough to, I think, tell the story. This is very small, and what I'm going to do is then blow up each parcel for you, but we have sort of 3 different concepts that we worked through. This is a ground level plan of how buildings of different scales might fit on different parcels. We have some that the red, and just for your reference, red means retail, blue is residential, and then yellow is kind of a commercial office space, and the beige color, cream color is parking, indoor parking. So we have versions that have a lot of retail components, some that have much more multifamily, and you'll see that as we work through these and different heights on each of these, they result in obviously in different densities and different amounts of retail presence on the street. So anyway, this is sort of a very high level view of these things. And now what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go into each of these parcels. So now you see again the parcels highlighted here. And I'm going to start at the north with parcel 4 and show you 3 variations on how this parcel, which is over 2.5 acres, could be developed using both mixed use concepts with ground level retail as well as multifamily concepts, which is something that's going to need to be required as of right for the MBTA community's compliance. So again, there's so much information here. I'm not going to be able to go into every little aspect of it, but I look forward to being able to, going in more detail with everyone and talking about various aspects of it. The first thing is that there are a bunch of assumptions that we made regarding various variables that I just want to mention. That if you look at these mixed-use buildings here, this is showing 2 mixed-use buildings. Clark Street is in the upper left here, but it's 2 mixed-use buildings on the parcel with 2 levels of residential in this case above a ground floor level that has retail lining the street, and then residential lobbies, et cetera, on North Main. The assumptions are that we have a sort of a range of unit sizes. So unit size plays a lot into the unit count that you can get, and the mix of units obviously as well. So we've generally, with these larger multifamily buildings, made an assumption of sort of an equal 45% for 2 bedrooms and for 1 bedrooms, and then the balance being studio apartments. This is different from, for example, the proposal for 735 North Main, which has much larger units, which are in the 1,400 to 1,500 square foot range. And so we have employed that concept of some larger apartments on a few of the parcels, just to give you a sense of what that does to the density capability. So you can see in this first scheme, which is just the first scheme on the first parcel here, parcel 4, we're looking at about 88 dwelling units. And that's, in addition to that, about 17,000 square feet of ground floor retail and restaurant space. And this, is one of the other assumptions is we're using the CBD parking ratios. So this study will be using, for example, 0.75 spaces per dwelling unit and 0.75 per 1,000 square feet of retail. Now, that's what you currently have in the CBD. And so again, all these assumptions can be tweaked, but we had to take a leap in order to make the comparison here. So with that, you can see here, this concept yields 34 dwelling units per acre. And I'm seeing someone wanting to be admitted, but I assume that's not my job. Okay, so this is a first concept, and I'm gonna shift to one that is now all multifamily. So it doesn't have the ground floor retail. Obviously, this introduces a whole set of variables about should multifamily residential buildings have a different relationship to the sidewalk edge. Should they be set back more and have a green buffer in front of them, as opposed to the retail at the ground floor in the mixed use buildings that you would want to have a particular relationship to the street edge? But so what happens here is when you lose that retail on the ground floor, with just a 3-story, with 3-story buildings here still, you're getting up to 110 units, which yields 43 dwelling units per acre. And these are fully parked. Both these first 2 schemes are fully parked with surface parking sort of tucked behind the buildings, trying to maximize the amount of definition of the street wall in these schemes. And I'm going to now just quickly shift to a third scheme, which is a very subtle difference, but this is now, we're adding a 4th floor on these 2 buildings. And this is a multifamily version only, but it gets up to 148 units. So now you are able to get 57 dwelling units per acre. So that's sort of the highest number that we achieved, thinking that anything higher than that is going to be sort of unrealistic from a height perspective, and the ability to park it. You see in this scheme, we've added some additional parking in the back here in what was sort of a green space before. So, if this 4-story version went back and reintroduced the retail on the ground floor, you would be down to 126 units, and that would be about a density of 49 dwelling units per acre. So you can see you can get a mixed use solution, which would look more like this, with 4 stories and then be achieving close to the 50 dwelling units per acre. So that was sort of the lesson of working on a larger parcel here, and the variable of mixed use versus purely multifamily. And so this is one typology. You can see here from our hull renderings, this is an example of a 4-story multifamily building in the foreground here that has sort of a flat mansard type approach to the roof. It has a ground floor retail restaurant base. So that's, this was compliant with their design guidelines. I'm not sure this is the aesthetic you're necessarily looking for. We haven't gotten into too much detail, but this does show you what you can achieve within it with a 4-story mixed use building. And then here, one more example on the south side of the green in Hull. is a 3-story building with a pitched roof. So, you know, without having to have the 4th story on here, you have the extra height to the midpoint of a pitched roof. So again, ground floor retail, 2 levels above. So these are 2 types of architectural, you know, renderings of some of those typologies we were looking at on parcel 4, just for reference. And I'm going to show this very quickly. 2 more images here. These are some projects we did recently that are purely multifamily. The one on the left is in an urban context. So it is important to think about how these buildings interact with the streetscape, but obviously a very different aesthetic than and quality of streetscape than you get with the mixed use approach. All right. I'm just going to keep going unless I hear any complaints. So I'm going to shift over to parcel 3 here, which is an interesting comparison to the large parcel 4 across the street, because this is obviously on the corner of Clark and North Main. It abuts the residential neighborhood on Clark Street. In fact, the closest parcel to this is a 2-family residential parcel. And we've worked through 3 different alternatives here as well, just to give you a range of typologies and to show you what kind of a density can be achieved here. This first one uses 2 different typologies. This is a 4-unit home, which I'll show you an example of in a minute. It looks like a single-family home, but it has 4 units in it. And then at the southern end of the site, there's a mixed-use, small mixed-use building, not unlike, again, the 735 Main Street approach, where you have retail on the street, residential lobby behind, some parking below. Here is an typical upper floor on the left, where these are the larger units. And so you can see here with this kind of a mix of 2 different typologies, you can get 16 units on the site, which results in about 27 dwelling units per acre. We're trying to think again about, you know, frontage definition along North Main. We're introducing a pocket park. We're favoring the retail as you get more towards the CBD end of things, and sort of tapering off to a more residential feel as you get up towards the Clark neighborhood, et cetera. A second version of this looks at all 4-unit homes here, which I think gives a nice rhythm along the street and across from, you know, the larger buildings across the street. It makes for a nice transition to the 2-family. In this scheme, because we don't have the larger mixed-use building at the bottom, you know, we're only achieving 12 units and 16 dwelling units per acre. However, if you go to more of a townhouse approach, and this was sort of our third alternative on this site, you get good street definition. And these are prototypes that are essentially a duplex over a duplex. They can be done with parking below at 3.5 floors, or the parking can be on grade behind, and these could be 3 floors. But you can see here with 20 units, so 2 in each of the townhouses here, you're now getting back up to the 26.5 or so dwelling units per acre. So the question being, you know, you could potentially push that to 30. I don't know. It's a question of how far we want to go, and thinking about the difference between the west side and the east side of the streets. So I'm going to keep plowing along here because there's a lot of ground to cover. But I just wanted to show you some examples, again, from Hull of what these typologies look like. Here's a townhouse that we developed on the green here, and you can see sort of the sense of you know, frontage that they can create. Behind them are these 4-unit homes, which here's another view of them. They're quite nice. They feel like single-family homes or large single-family homes, but they have 4 units in them, in each of them. And this is based on a prototype. This is a house on the upper right that is in the Newton Center area. So that's an example of those typologies that we were using there. I'm going to shift south here and show you a few more studies for each of these remaining parcels down to the south, and then open it up for some discussion. Parcel 5 is an interesting parcel because it's sort of a medium size. It has good depth. It's getting more down towards the south end, so the retail component on the street edge seemed important. So here are a couple of variations on this. This is a ground floor plan again here, and you can see a typical upper floor in the inset on the upper right. So what this is a kind of a mixed approach that has an L-shaped mixed-use building with a small retail lease on the street front, residential lobby behind it, and then some parking on the ground floor in the mixed-use building. It then puts sort of a retail pavilion, a two-story retail pavilion building freestanding here. So, it gives you a little more porosity to the site, opportunities for outdoor dining and some green space, inviting people in off of North Main. In this particular variation, we've got 42 units of residential. So you're seeing a 25 dwelling units per acre. And this is all done in sort of the 2 to 3 story range of these two buildings. I'm gonna keep going quickly here. Two more quick variations on parcel 5. This is looking at retail frontage, a different configuration of all on grade parking here on site, trying to think about the parking impact on the corridor, and getting as much vibrancy in the retail uses fronting on the corridor. Residential, all residential above on 2 levels. This gets 48 units, so you're getting up to 28 dwelling units per acre. And that, I think, actually was the largest of the variations we did here, but we're not introducing the 4th floor in this particular set of concepts. And here's just one slight variation on that last one, which has these more emphasis on retail uses on the front, and a smaller sort of pinch point here, sort of really thinking about street definition, and larger units above. So this is 735 down at the bottom of the screen. And it's, again, sort of using that construct of much larger units up above, which is what causes the density dwelling units per acre to drop. So this has 30 units and a lower density as compared to, the 10 more dwelling units per acre we were getting with this concept. Okay, I'm going to shift to these last 3. We decided to do one study on parcel 2, so I'm going to share that next. And you'll recall we've had a lot of conversation about the sort of quality of the street frontage here, the fact that there's a parking space in front, the building steps back from the street definition, and the large sea of parking that happens with the way the parking is associated with the adjacent building, creates a large sea of asphalt with no landscape buffering. You can see the old footprint here dashed in kind of a gray color. And it's in this area up here to the north edge of the parcel where the building really steps back considerably. So this variation on that, and this building today has 15 units, so about a 30 dwelling units per acre. But this concept is a slight variation, introduces a mixed use component. So again, you're reintroducing retail. It gets the lobby right out onto the street edge. It has some parking underneath and some parking in the back, but no parking on the sides. We're thinking about, a one-way circulation loop here and green buffers. All those things are, again, things that we'll hopefully talk about in much more detail. But you can see here, you can do a mixed use building on 3 floors here that achieves the same unit count, actually increases it by 1. So you're looking at 31 dwelling units per acre and introduces a retail component. So I think that 30 units per acre feels attainable on this sort of scale of a site. Shifting down to the last 2 parcels on Skillings and Lake, this parcel 6 down here is obviously a very unique parcel. And what struck me and John about this parcel more than anything was the unusual kind of way that this is sort of almost a gateway location in the town, but there's some unusual street configuration going on here with this sort of bypass parking area. And then obviously this triangular parcel at the end here has all parking in front, and the curb cuts are somewhat ambiguous, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a very pedestrian friendly moment. So we thought, well, there's some simple things you could do, and this is not sort of solving any of the residential aspects, but we're simply showing maybe that this parcel could come out and help to define the street edge on Skillings here, and that this island could be reconfigured and perhaps introduce a pocket park there, and that this could become more, have a sense of definition and gateway, and you still would have an interesting and usable parcel here that has parking on grade. So that's just a quick one that we were just sort of added to the equation. Now, parcel 1 is a very interesting one because it has the existing commercial retail buildings on it. And we were it was suggested here that we consider working with some of those existing buildings and seeing if how we could modify them to introduce some residential above, and could that be parked, et cetera, et cetera. So we have 2 variations here. This first one basically says that you're keeping all the commercial retail, which is on multiple levels here. This site has a lot of topography and drops off a full level down to the back edge here. So you have an additional level of sort of commercial use in the back down here. But so what we did here with this first concept was to simply look at the north building after analyzing the site and seeing what the parking capacity really seemed like it could be. We proposed adding 2 levels of residential above the ground floor retail. I know there's an existing second level on this building today, but if you were to convert that and add another layer on, assuming the building could handle that structurally, you could pick up 8 units here, which is really only resulting in about 8.5 dwelling units per acre. So it seemed like we needed to push the envelope a little bit further on this. And so we did a second concept, and this is no problem parking it. There's some leeway in the parking, see. So, this program that we were showing in this scheme requires 26 spaces, but there are 36 spaces available on site. If you count these 5 down here, which are accessed off of Lake, as well as the 31 that are in the loop on the northern edge here. So the last concept here is to say, all right, let's keep that idea of putting residential above retail and commercial on the north building, but let's actually raise and propose an alternative structure on this for the south building here. Again, really thinking about the importance of the retail edge along North Main, trying to take advantage of the topography here. So what we did was we came up with a concept of 2 levels of residential above this retail and residential ground level. And we're parking underneath the building, again, accessed off a lake. You can connect through from above here. There's some topography, obviously, to be considered here. So, but anyway, all that aside, at this level of study, you can see here that we still have an abundance of parking, and we're able to get 24.5 dwelling units per acre on this site, with the repositioning of the southern building still maintaining that idea of the commercial edge that I think those buildings are successful at today. So so that's that's giving you a sort of a range of of all the different parcel sizes and different approaches that include mixed use versus multifamily. In some cases, in the parcel 4 case, pushing the envelope and seeing what happens if you go from 3 levels to 4 levels, and that you can get up into the 50s in terms of dwelling units per acre. So many things to push and pull here, and to think about how it shapes design guidelines and what it is that you want to achieve. And so, okay, that's interesting. So this is sort of a last slide, and I'm just throwing this out there. This is something that we had from a previous presentation. I think what we've worked on for the last few weeks are these test fits, sort of exploring intensity density on key sites along the corridor. So that's what we're looking at tonight. And then, in theory, I think the next steps are to then really distill down, the results of those test fits, figure out how you want to shape the design guidelines to achieve the aesthetics, the site planning goals, the definition of the corridor, and then obviously outreach meetings, a component of that expected, and then working towards these potential zoning amendments as we move forward. So I'm going to stop there, but there's a lot of stuff thrown all out at once. So I apologize if that was overwhelming. Hopefully it was somewhat coherent.
Wow, that was a lot.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, I
it
get-
was fascinating. It was fascinating. I got to tell you, I was mesmerized.
Okay, good.
So why don't open it up to the board? Comments, questions?
I have a question. Are we going to be able to get a copy of this emailed to us?
Absolutely. I can send that to you this evening or tomorrow morning, whatever works. And then I'm also would certainly welcome, questions by email or whatever. So
Cool.
I know it's impossible to digest it all, I think, in that time frame. So anyway.
I have a
Ethan, go
question.
ahead.
So, Michael, thank you so much for that. That seemed like a lot of work and it's really impressive. I wonder, I think that the composition from the beginning at Skillings to Clark and that sort of crescendo in the middle and then a little bit like quieting down at Clark I think feels really good. And my question is, are you working with the 45-foot limit right now with the 4 stories? You're saying these would be max at 4 stories or so. Is that right? All these test fits?
Well, all the test fits, largely were 3 stories. We did do a 3.5 on parcel 3, which is the one that gets close to Clark when we're looking at those townhouses. It's only really on parcel 4 did we push the envelope and go for the 4 stories. And if you go back now, maybe it would make more sense to go back to this little diagram of heights related to mixed use versus, and I'm sorry, I see Sally, you're straining to see this, but when you get into the 4-story mixed use projects, and if you're taking the benefit of measuring to the midpoint of a sloped roof, for example, you're up at 52 feet, here to the midpoint of the roof. So, we're not eaching in that particular case, adhering to the 45, but a number of the other alternatives do. It's just to get the comparison of what the density could yield on these sites.
So your test fits are for the most part working with the existing zoning, actually. Is that right?
Yes, pretty much, except like I said, there are other assumptions we've made, like incorporating the CBD parking ratios and a few things like that. But as far as height and stories, we do have alternatives that work on each parcel within the current. But again, depending on what you're trying to achieve, for density, for the MBTA communities and other things, I think it may be interesting to consider raising the height limit, if maybe even just on one side of the street or from south of Clark or whatever.
Right. So this isn't too far off from what we have, but your first point about how we could build a framework to incentivize development, like what is it about? How do we do that when this particular sort of framework has already been in place for years and we aren't getting that development going? Like how do we push it so that it does incentivize? Like what is it about developers and how do we kind of reel them in to do something like this? Like, what is it about what we're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think the increased density is a potential real bonus here, and there's a push-pull happening here in that I think you're perhaps wanting to think of this as an extension of the CBD, and so it having that sort of mixed use feel with the ground floor retail, yet at the same time, you're having to allow multifamily as of right in an MBTA communities district. So, for example, you could limit the density allowed for pure multifamily because only 15 dwelling units per acre are required. And if you're trying to incentivize developers to put ground floor retail commercial space below, residential, then you could have a density bonus for that kind of thing, for example.
Hey, Michael, can I make one point too?
Yep.
This is John Rufo, which is we haven't done a mean grade calculation to account for the topography changes on each of these sites. That's correct, right? So relative to the height question that I think is being asked, having, I think we describe it as very tight because one of the things that it doesn't take into account is the calculation of the mean grade, which would, I think, sort of stretch it to the limits. Am I thinking about that right?
Yeah, I think that's fair, John, and that's inevitably going to add a little bit, particularly when you get down to the southern end there. The
Right.
street does drop off significantly, and so that's why we did take into consideration the grading on parcel 1, for example, because of the opportunity to park underneath from the rear. But that's really, otherwise, yes, we weren't so caught up in the grading issues.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with these high level studies. There's always caveats, but.
What is the FAR limits right now for these parcels?
Brian,
I'm not
there
thinking
there is none. There's nothing.
There's no
limiting, right?
FAR.
There's
yeah.
no FAR. What the weird thing about the GBD 2 and 3 is that right now it allows 4 units, but there's no minimum square footage for a lot. So in essence, to put that in perspective, if you have a commercial on the first floor, you can put 4 units above as long as it's under 45 feet, and you could do that on a 5,000 square foot lot. 4 units on 5,000 square feet. You could just do that right now. That's like 32 units per acre. So that's on the books now. Like you could do that. If you had a 5,000 square foot lot, the units would be small. The commercial units would also be small, but you could legally do it by right. Also, you wouldn't even need site plan review potentially, because that you need it to be 7,500 square feet. Once it's over 7,500 square feet. So I think what I think what I Ching is talking about is that there's already this kind of 30 unit per acre thing going. It is required already to be commercial on the first floor, and that hasn't happened. And I don't think, the answer that I've heard from that for years has been something on the lines of landlords are making good money still in this area. They don't need to, but there's not a lot they need to do. And your question, I Ching, is, well, what else can we do to incentivize? I think it is tough that we're already there in that 30 units per acre kind of realm. But I don't think that there's an appetite, and Michael explained this, I don't think there's an appetite for us to go to 60 units per acre to really make, developers come in and eat up the land. So that was just a lot of thoughts put together. Sorry for that, but they kind of answered a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, so for the work that we're putting in, if our upzoning isn't drastically different from what exists already, how are we going to get to this imagined world of real density here?
Well, yeah, I think what this is trying to do is to try to develop what we want it to look like, and maybe there's some density in some places and some not density in other places, but I think it's more of what is it going to look like rather than what is the density, because we already have that density kind of there in terms of on the books.
Right.
So I think the biggest thing that Form in Place has done, and this is a ton of work and shows a lot of study and thought. So I want to commend both John and Mike on this. I think it does set a framework for the board to pull the levers and say, well, this is what a 3-story looks like. This is what a 4-story, like it actually is that basis of form-based codes that we're not really there, but that would be, it would be nice. But I think it's a way to look at this street in a real way. So I'm really happy with how this has turned out.
Yeah, I really liked some of the visuals that you included from Hull, and just the idea of, again, vision with defining the streetscape, defining the street by the buildings. It's so different from what we have now. I love the use of the mansard. I don't know, those are the gabled dormers, the steeply pitched roofs. Really, really, really nice.
Great.
So I have a question about where this kind of test fitting fits into the whole North Main Street corridor revitalization. So we focused on this area south of Clark in one particular reason, because it's within the half mile of the MBTA station, and so it begins to help us meet the standards of that density of housing. And so then you get to going up the street, and it's a mile up and a mile back, and you can look at the aggregation of lots any way that you might, and you would look at test fitting all the way up the street. And what number of units does that potentially add to Winchester? I mean, that's a huge question. I can't imagine we know the answer now because we haven't done the test fitting. But is that, I guess I'm going, not confused, but I'm just kind of like, I feel like I'm kind of floating in air, wondering, how do you take this and use it in a way that is to the best interest of all the goals of the town? I just.
One thing I'll add, Sally, is when you look at the section of the corridor that we did the studies on, and look at the sort of the land area that actually represents, not just the length of North Main that is. You look how narrow, how skinny the GBD 2 and 3 get when you get up to the north here. Change unlikely aside, I think we've looked probably at about, I don't want to, maybe close to half of the land area, perhaps.
Right, now I see that. That's really interesting. And these are really, really powerful analyses that you've done. What do towns do then? Is that a dumb question?
No. I mean, I think that I'm imagining the next step is to, circle back together and look at the different approaches to each of these parcels, and then say, are we open to 4 stories here, or and those kinds of things, and how important is the street edge versus how we're dealing with transitioning to abutting properties in the rear, and all those other levels of articulation that have to be seen, not just the pure numbers of what you can achieve from a density perspective here, but ultimately then once we kind of hone in on what we're targeting in various areas, it can be different in many different stretches of a corridor. Then the trick is to work on those design guidelines components, and whatever tweaks to the zoning would go with that. To achieve that. So, and one other thing that John and I often see as a component of this is to actually get some input from a couple of developers who do this kind of work, and say, look, here's some examples of test fits that we've done, and some are mixed use, some are multifamily. What kinds of things do you feel are non-starters, and what kinds of things are exciting? So.
I'd be interested to know what developers you've seen, because some of the visuals are very impressive, and not everyone, I would think, has the capacity to carry something off like that.
Well, in our former life, John and I used to work at Arrow Street, which is a much larger firm that did work for years for the New England developments of the world, and so we're doing very large scale mixed use projects for them, often vertically integrated. And then, more recently, we've been working with some smaller developers. There's one in particular, JHR Development, based in Marblehead, that we've done a lot of multifamily and mixed use work for on the North Shore and in Maine. So there's a range,
I mean, that might be something that we have in our back pocket when we're going to actually implement and have a plan for implementation when we come before the various decision-making bodies, that we can actually, have something to offer in that regard as well.
Mhm. So this is an amazing bird's eye view of this, and I'm still struggling with trying to understand. And it's the streetscape that really gets to me, is how do we transition from, that the intersection at the south, which we're defining as the beginning of the North Main Street corridor, how do we want that streetscape to look like? And, I think it's key when you start talking about what are the setbacks from the street. I mean, we want to define how that looks, and then the building setbacks and step backs of the roof will follow from that somehow. And I don't know is the best thing I'm just wondering, do I take these, start walking up and down that street and imagine, okay, so we've got a 3-story building here, it's got retail, it's going to be this close to the sidewalk. Does that feel comfortable? Is this really just sort of an exercise where you walk up and down the street and you draw chalk lines and make yourself a nuisance in traffic?
I will say that John and I were talking about this a couple of days ago, that we haven't gotten into the massing component yet. And just because this was a pretty heavy lift what we did today, but once you see the volumetrics of the buildings across from each other, that's one thing. And another really useful tool would be to go back to those ideas of the street section. Like when we were looking at the street section here, was really more about looking at the pedestrian environments and how the right of way could change. But if you introduce the massing and volumetrics of some of these test fits, you can then see the proportions of the street, how the height works to define the width, et cetera. So that's another aspect you could do. But this is one component of this of the potential scope that is a big scope for what we have to work with. So
yeah, I mean, it's one of these things where you start, like, that intersection is really wide open. You've got the fields on one side, you've got the park on the left side, and then if you start off with this big density, it just hits you, because that's not the context of the surroundings as you go north from that intersection. I can see how you could start low and then build up, but then you've got to come back down again, because, as you pointed out, the available land on either side of the street becomes very small.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the problem isn't with the north, maybe it's with the south. And maybe we need to, when we have an engaged form in place to reimagine Stop and Shop or any of that,
Well, that's a different district.
And maybe that's the problem, And maybe we ought to start with the design guidelines that we think ought to kind of push the rest of it. I mean, it seems that, but I see what you're saying here. I mean, it is a big, going from a parking lot to an actual streetscape is a little jarring.
And these first, to follow up on that, Diab and Nick, these first parcels down at the intersection of Lake and Skillings are not really conducive to getting the sort of continuity of street wall from the CBD, right. And of course the parking lot's challenging that already.
Right.
But so you're really kind of beginning to pick up streetscape definition, 1 or 2 parcels in to the north after that.
I mean, if you look at the Fort Point Channel area where those buildings are, it just ends, or at least it used to. And it didn't detract from the actual part where the buildings were. It was just a feature that, it ended. And
I think one of the things that I would suggest, and it's interesting because as we've talked about, and as you guys have acknowledged, there was this incredible push that we did, Michael and I, to kind of get to this point. And in a certain way, I feel like I'm seeing it for the first time in the past couple days as the presentation came together, and it goes pow, and you look at it and say, wow, that's what that street looks like if you densify it, or that's what this whole kind of area of context looks like. And so I think Michael and I are a little bit learning about this in real time as we do it. And then there's literally no time between doing that, putting it in a PDF and putting it in front of you guys. So well, I feel like what I'm looking at as I see it is, well, we can't literally design every parcel and show you the entire corridor and what it looks like. This we know.
Mhm.
But what we can do, I think, is, and Michael, tell me if you think I'm nuts, but is try to identify, well, what types of parcels are there, right? And clearly in this study, there's parcel 4, which is the biggest parcel. And again, this is a kind of an accumulation of different parcels that we said there might be something of this scale. And then across the street from that, on the east side, bordering that residential neighborhood, I mean, on the west side, excuse me, bordering that residential neighborhood, there's a different kind of parcels that would want to be very context sensitive. It all wants to be context sensitive, but in a new kind of way. And then if you go down to parcel 5, slightly different. But then north of here, there's again different scales of parcels with very different contexts all along Main Street. And I think it might be good to identify a set of types of parcels and then try to visualize those. I think there's something really useful about visualizing this entire section of this corridor that we've looked at here from a 3-dimensional architectural and streetscape visualization. That's going to be tough. And I'm thinking, I wonder if we can identify, say, a half a dozen parcel types, and then look at how those parcel types could actually be articulated, what's appropriate scale-wise, what's appropriate public realm-wise, streetscape-wise, setback-wise, those kinds of things. And I'm literally throwing this out there live as I think about, okay, what's the next important thing?
To me, it seems to make a lot of sense. I mean, I keep coming back to this notion that North Main Street is very diverse. It's already a dense residential area, but it's got a lot of other uses that intrude into it. So what I kept calling it micro zoning, but I don't think that's a word. It's micro test fitting. And it's coming up with test fitting, and I really like the idea of parcel type. Because it gives you a sense of making this manageable to wrap your head around, for one thing.
Well, and to expand on that, I'm sorry, Nick, just to say, we have 6 parcels here that in the study so far, and I would argue that all 6 of them are very unique in terms of their depth and width and overall acreage, et cetera. And if as you extend up, you may find many other parcels on the north end of the corridor that fit closely into one of those 6 categories, but we may need to create a couple more. So anyways, sorry. Sorry,
no, it's really, I see it now as a tool for moving forward. The premise here is, first of all, that the MBTA has said we must zone to meet the standards of the Multifamily Housing Act from the MBTA. We must zone for that. It's not required that it actually get built for us to be in compliance. We just have to make the zoning allow for that. And so in fact, when we think about all the other needs of the town, not just to comply with the MBTA rules, but to increase the amount of affordable housing in town, to optimize the economic vitality of the North Main Street corridor, it all is how we zone it. We don't have to run out and find someone to build it, but if we make it possible to build as of right, according to what we're describing here, then presumably the financial incentives will eventually emerge.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that there's a vision here that is close to already being in the zoning. with these buildings. I mean, with the exception of some of the ones that are pushing the limit.
Right.
So we're almost at the point where we can qualify for the for that
For compliance with 3A.
compliance. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just going to say that we've asked for density, and we've got a vision that makes the density look beautiful. And I think it's just a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you did heavy lifting on your heavy lifting.
Yeah. I mean, this is, I mean, I think we all looked at this and thought this might be the natural place for the density, because it doesn't really, other than Clark Street, it doesn't border residential areas, and it really could support that. I think it's going to be interesting to see how we create a series of streetscapes that can transition as we go up North Main Street. I think one of the things we were looking at that we talked about earlier was using this vision of the streetscape to help drive people to want to develop here. And I think that's,
Yep.
I still see it. I think I
do
like the idea of coming up with these categories of parcels. I think the ability to combine parcels as you go up through the thin neck of North Main Street might be a little difficult, just because there isn't a lot of depth. But this is interesting.
So, I'm sorry, Dan, but
Yeah,
if you
go ahead.
also, if you look at this old MAPC diagram, and you
Yeah.
know how on the south end here, we avoided some of these historic assets.
Yeah.
This whole midsection here has that aspect to it. So that's another piece to consider. But I really like your bringing it back to the role of the streetscape as providing that sort of continuity, so that you have these diversity of parcel types, and it is that streetscape that's going to be critical to sort of tying that together.
Yeah.
In that original image, Michael, that you showed up at slide number 3, I think it is, that was, I think, I believe when we first showed that was an aha moment for everybody, right?
Yeah.
And when you look at it, I can look at it as someone who does a lot of this designing and say, there's not actually a ton in there. We really just illustrated what it would look like to not have so much blacktop, and what it would be like to have viable pedestrian crossings, right? And the beginnings of some street furniture and lighting. And I think if you think of it as a kind of a watercolor that you go into, and now you do the next layer of, so now what does that look like when you've got a parcel or two to either side that we are then writing specific design guidelines for, with the careful thoughts of people on this call and et cetera. I think that then that's the next layer of it. That feels like such an important part of it.
Well, this is going to require a lot.
Gillen, are you on?
Digesting.
That
Oops. I lost him.
No, we're here. We hear you, Diab. I think everybody's
Okay.
thinking.
Sorry, my computer.
I think Michael might have lost part of his connection. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
so.
he is frozen.
It does look frozen. Yeah. Sometimes his connection gets wonky.
No, he's just deep in thought.
That's what I thought.
I've been working with him for 20 years. That's not his deep in thought look.
Okay, well, we are right at 9:30 right now. So typically we'll say goodnight at this point. Any other last thoughts? I mean, this is just, I really look forward to seeing the PDF and really diving into this.
What's the next planning board meeting that we have room for John and Michael to come back?
I think the question will be, what is it that we want to do next time that we meet with them? I think maybe you guys want to have a little bit of a rest.
Well, and also would love, additional thoughts once you've had a chance to look at
Yeah,
the
yeah.
package.
So
And
why
maybe that'll
don't-
help hone a direction, so.
Yeah, so I don't know what our schedule like is. We have a meeting next week. It's full up. We don't meet for a couple of weeks after that. Then we're deep into town meeting season. So figuring out the exact next time,
Well, we
off the
can
top
work
of
on
my
that.
head, I can't do that now.
Right, very quickly, I guess, we have 3 regularly scheduled planning board meetings in November, not including town meeting. So there are going
Okay.
to be a lot of meetings in November. But 3 regularly scheduled meetings, and we usually only have 2. So I think there is 1 meeting of our regularly scheduled one that we could, again, timing is really of what is the next goal that for the next meeting.
Yeah. So
Right.
why don't we plan on just having the board come back in as soon as possible so we can discuss our thoughts
Yes.
on this and where we would like, and of course we would invite you guys to come up, but we wouldn't, I don't think at that point we'd require you to do any sort of a presentation. It would just be a discussion of where we're at and where we'd like to go. Does that make sense?
Sounds great.
Yeah.
You
'Cause,
like, come to the meeting with no homework.
It's my
are you
favorite.
saying
kind of
that to
meeting.
me, Sally?
No, I'm not. I'm saying it to
No,
Michael and
this
John.
board hopefully has a lot of homework, at least related to this. There's a lot to digest there, and I think trying to figure out, roughly, what types of uses do we want to see in this area, what types of density, those 2 questions. And I think that Michael and John have laid out what those possibilities look like in this area in a really interesting way, where there's lots of different types of parcels that they've tried to conglomerate together.
Yeah.
So it gives you a good flavor of what the types of uses and density could do. So those are the 2 things that everyone I think Mike and John would benefit a lot if everyone looked at those 2 aspects of this work, the density and the use, and see, roughly what are we looking at in relation to other parts of town. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yes,
and-
thank you. Thank you. Many
And
thanks.
I just want to add to Brian's statement in that if the board actually took a look at the uses which are allowed in GBT 2 and 3, you may discover that there's not a lot that you can do in GBT 2 and 3. There are a lot of uses which are strangely disallowed. So I know that
Particularly in the north.
Brian has come up against that in discussions with some people who would like to do things on North Main Street. And when they look at the use table, they discover there's very little they can do. So I think we need to look at what uses we have and what uses we want. And so that's another section of that. So at this point, I have to say, thank you, Michael and John. Again, this is amazing work, really, really mesmerizing. And the rest of the board, we have our meeting next week. And I have run out of caffeine, so my brain is going even slower than usual. So I think at this point, we welcome
A motion to
a
adjourn.
motion to adjourn. Yes. a motion for more caffeine.
really
I would like to make that motion.
I would like you to make that motion. Would someone like to second that?
I would second it.
Okay, shall we do a roll call vote? Who do we have left here? I Ching,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
Kurt,
Aye.
Sally,
Aye.
and I say aye as well. Thank you very much to
Thank
Farming
you.
Place.
Thanks,
To
Michael.
Rich
Thanks,
Rohan for his presentation. Thanks to WinCam for recording us. Thanks to
Bye,
all of our
Richard. Bye,
town
Richard.
residents who joined us for our public hearing. Thanks to Richard Lee from the Chamber of Commerce. Thanks to Brian Zakelli, our town planner, and Brian Manter, who was with us all evening and didn't get a chance to say anything. I'm sorry, Brian. Next week. We will see all of you. Oh, thank you out in TV land. We'll see all of you in a week.
Great.
Ciao, everyone. Have a
See y'all.
great night.
Good night.
Right.